We are live. I'm Savage Squishy 86, and here we are resuming our live stream playthrough of Bloodborne. Mm. I got a full stomach of food, I got a cold drink, and I am ready to get started with our next major fight sequence of our quest line. So, right from the jump, we're going to head right into the main story with Mergo's Loft. The middle of Mergo's Loft. If you recall correctly, Mergo is basically the baby that has been screaming bloody murder, wanting to be released from the nightmare of Mensis. So pretty much what we're going to do is we're going to head right to the throes of that action and get that pretty much continued. It is the main course of the story, so it is the main scope of our game's playthrough. This is essentially the way we are going to open the measure of getting through the Nightmare of Mensis, which is basically a servitude to the sense of it being the core point of the entirety of the nightmare, especially with the Hunter's Dream. So we're going to head right to Mergo's Loft base, which is the lantern at the very basis of the castle where Mergo is at present being kept. Oh, I did a little bit of work with the Loran Chalice Dungeon to get myself sort of stirred. So we're pretty much going to get set up right there on the Spain. So we're just going to go right ahead and get ourselves situated with medicine, as well as some throwing knives and some poison knives. So let's get to it. Taking the elevator, I should say, excuse me, up to the base of this tower is where we will find the servants of Mergo pretty much here. Killing them, we don't really need to, but we're going to because we might get some runes. Not runes, echoes. We want echoes. That's really the basis of whatever we ever do at this point, so we're going to get through that section. So they will ignore you predominantly. They're not really aggressive in nature, but they can be. Now, essentially, what we want to do is head down the stairs. Obviously, down there is where we want to go, but we're going back up because there's actually a chest up here with an item inside it that we need to get. Or maybe not a chest, just this item chest, right? This item, blue elixir here on this body. And then we're going to head right on over. Another Mergo assistant. Over here behind these dressing cabinets, basically, we'll find beast blood. You can pretty much tell that this is definitely a kind of creepish kind of place because it has got eyes everywhere. Which apparently, as we've seen from the Bergenworth School, as well as the predominantly, mostly, it is pretty much the scope of that is basically they want eyes so that they can see the unseen, I guess. So kind of like insight. I guess that's best to guess. I guess that's probably the best kind of core thing to compare it to is basically insight. Eyes being insight. So madmen's knowledge being eyes. So here it is. Here's the chest we're looking for. So we're gonna crack this open, and inside we will find yellow backbone. This will be a pivotal point for Chalice Dungeons. Ritual materials. So we pretty much have done that now. Now we're going to go down the stairs and we're going to encounter a kind of master, if you will, of these little midget peoples, these servants of Mergo. He will have a cleaver and a chain that he will use as a whip. Which basically will get him out of our way. And he will drop us a dirty, damp blood gem, which will basically be poison. Over here on the body, you'll find some madman knowledge, and then we will circle around these columns here, and there'll be another target of opportunity with another Mergo enemy basically done there. Thank you. Pleasure. Have a good... How are you this evening? Welcome to the stream. So pretty much we got rid of that Mergo assistant. So we're going to head over here. And around. And this one will have a crossbow, so if we can get a visceral attack on him, great. But I'm not thinking we're going to. Obviously we didn't, because we didn't have a clear shot to her back. Well, we will get this one. Come on, boy. Bring that shit. I am using the rifle spear. I really like the rifle spear. It's one of my favorite skill-based weapons that is handy for that, so... I like skill-based weapons like the rifle spear, the church pick, the threaded cane, the moonlit sword. Very good, capable weapons, especially if you're going for a skill-based build. So right away, pretty much we've dispatched all of them as threats, and now we're going to head over here into... We have to be very careful, but we're going to step around. I don't think we can. Let me see if we can... Is there another... Okay, here we go. Here, there's going to be a church hunter, and he will have some lead elixir on him. And then we have this huge drop point where it just seems like it goes into nothingness. There's actually going to be a real good reason we go down there, but not right now. We can't use it right now. So we're going to head on the elevator, and that will take us up to the next level. And then here we will be at Mergo's the middle part of Mergo's Loft. Note now, because of Nightmare of Mensis, things are starting to get kind of squirrely with the mutating of animals. As we can see, we have a dog and a dog's head with a crow body, so things are getting kind of a bit warped with time. So we're gonna head over here. This is my first run. I'm going to be doing all 3 endings, playthrough by playthrough, DLC included. So right now, this is my first run. So we'll be basically going with the first run, getting the first ending of the game, and then we'll be doing the other 2 endings in corresponding playthroughs. So pretty much we got rid of the dogs there in that particular order, and now we're going to head up the stairs. Now there is going to be a sinister bell-ringing woman. We're going to try to get rid of her fast before our player shows up, because I do not want to do PvP. Here we have dogs with crow's heads, so we're going to get rid of them. Over here on the body, bloodstone chunks. And then on this body, also some cold blood. So now we're going to head up. Avoid the dogs here. Just get them out of our way. Over here, there will be 2 elevators. One elevator is actually locked further up, so we can't get to that until we get to the upper part of Mergo's Loft. But this one will take us down to the ground level of Mergo's Loft. So pretty much what we're going to want to do now is get ourselves some blood bullets and take the elevator back up. But now we have easy access to where we can actually go straight to the middle point without having to go through all those enemies to get there. So we got an easy access point. But now, well, it is a handy way of getting around. A lot of people don't really know. I take the time to really explore everything so that I do know. I would have actually not liked it any other way. That would be Mergo crying. Before we go further ahead, we're going to head to fight the boss, the host of the nightmare, Mikalesh. But before we get there, we're going to want to dive roll into this elevator and grab the Tempering Blood gemstone off of the body and then roll out. And then what we're going to do is take on the host of the nightmare known as Mikalesh. He is basically, I guess you would say, the master of the School of Mensis. He is also the asshole who has created this little nut house. So we're going to get rid of him because he is pretty much a big part to it. But as you can see, he can use magic to animate these skeletons. So his main go-to will be magic, arcane. So by getting rid of that, we'll basically have that. Now, there will be a number of ways we will have to contend with him. The most pivotal point about this fight that I will explain before we get into it is that you're going to chase this asshole, this little worm, around the building. He's going to use opportunities to summon skeletons to fight you, to slow you down. And then he's going to start, like, sort of teleporting away, getting away from you with jumping through mirrors. Now, in the first stage of the fight, you're going to trap him in an area, and he's basically going to use the Augur of Abritus to fight you. If you get too close, he will do that. He can stun lock you. I don't know if he can visceral attack you, but that is pretty much what he does. Upon depleting half of his health, you will actually have him teleport away to an even harder area. Now, there's a trick to this because ultimately the big problem with this fight is when he gets to the second stage of the fight, he will start not only using the Augur of Abritus, he'll start using the magic element of A Call Beyond. So we're going to negate that because it's going to be a tightly enclosed space. I don't like to fight him in that fashion because it's almost surely a way for him to win and get a cheap kill on us. So I'm going to show you a cheese strategy to kill Mikalesh from an elevated position so that you can just whittle down his health. So you can avoid completely subsidize and bypass the second stage of the fight. So, but pretty much what we're going to need. Well, we're going to need the throwing knives, and we're going to need also some bone marrow ash. Cheese is always happy. Nobody likes to struggle in the game. They want the easiest way, work smarter, not harder. So right away we're going to get into the thick of it, and this little creepy fucker.
Some say Cosm. Do you hear our prayers? No, we shall not abandon the dream. No one can catch us. No one can stop us now.
So this little fucking weirdo is pretty much the asshole we want to get. So right from the jump, we're going to have pretty much this kind of paradoxical sense of a room that mirrors that of a rat's maze. So what we're going to do is right ahead of us, we're going to see him. And we're just going to chase him. The hell, don't pay no attention to the skeletons, just chase his little ass down. You can get a little hit on him, but ultimately, you really can't really get him to stop moving unless you chase him down and you get a solid hit on him. But ultimately, it just seems like this guy doesn't seem to run out of stamina. So you'll chase him around, and he'll get through. He'll get away. You gotta chase him down the stairwell now. And to the right. And the right again. And this is pretty much what he'll do. He'll just make you chase his ass around like a fucking clown. Because he's got no balls. Eventually, at some point, he will run into another room, which you will follow. So essentially, this is basically just what we're doing. Is just chasing him down a little bit. He's gonna run down there now, take a left detour, and head into the main chamber. This is where we will fuck his ass up. Something awful. He has nowhere to go. He's gonna be forced to fight us, but he has no means of fighting us beyond the use of Augur Vibritus. We'll get rid of the skeletons so we can focus on him. Little bastard. Now, of course, this should be over, but he's teleported away. Now we have to find him.
A hunter is a hunter, even in a dream. But alas, not too fast. The nightmare swirls and churns unending.
So he's basically going to be further up, but before we go right, we're going to go left real quick, because down below there's going to be some items we can get. Number one, obviously, goes with the nightmare, so we want to get that. Bloodstone chunks. We're gonna get rid of these guys in our way, grab the sedative on the body. Going further down, we'll have more enemies, but there's more to be gained down here. And then on this body, at the very bottom, we will have the second moon rune, which will give us more blood echoes. And then we'll head right back up top.
Oh, of course. Well, some say...
Oh, shut up. You could just skip this conversation. You could skip the dialogues by just pressing the X button. Or the A button. At the top, you'll find some blood vials, as well as more of these little... Ooh, hello! And then at the top, to the right, there's that son of a bitch right there. So what we're gonna do is follow him. And he's going to just basically flee down into this section here. But we're not going to follow him down. This is where the cheese comes into effect. So, because what will happen is when we actually drop down there, he will jump through that mirror right there to our right, and he'll teleport away. So what we're going to do is we're going to exploit this guy. We're going to exploit his... by doing some damage to him. In the form of... Actually, we're going to use our poison eyes first. So right from the jump, he will continuously heal. So basically we're just gonna... Oh, wrong thing. Essentially, you could also use a quick bone marrow ash. And we'll throw 1 poison knife just to poison them. 2, maybe to poison them, I think. Yep, that'll do it. Now we'll do a bone marrow ash. And... bang.
Now I'm waking up. I'll forget everything.
You're not waking up, asshole. You're dead. But once we dispatched Mikalesh, we'll get the Mensis cage, and the next path leading up will open up to us now. The elevator that was originally down below that we crossed will now raise up to a higher level where we can cross. That will give us a shortcut and a necessary access point to get to the higher apartments of this castle. So, over here, before we get anywhere further along in our playthrough, we'll grab the Frenzied Cold Blood off the body, and then also drop down here below. Now, obviously this is pretty much where our boss fight would take us, is this very room right here, but like I said before, I didn't want to take it here because he will have the Call Beyond, which is an instant killer no matter what, and in this tight space it will almost certainly kill us every time, regardless of what we employ in tactics to avoid it. But over here on the body, grab the Quicksilver bullets, and then we're just going to take a quick look around because there's some other items in this area that we need to grab. So head down the stairs to the right, coming out of that room, and then around here, at the far end of this room, on the left of this mirror, you'll have an iron door key. This will open up a door, and then throwing back, more kin cold blood as well. Heading up the stairs here. The key basically will enable us to open the unlocked door to this room, basically. It's not really relevant, but if you did pursue this playthrough as it was intended, the only way to open up this door would be to find the key to open it. So that key really wouldn't serve any purpose except for the boss fight, which we have already vanquished. So head up the stairs now, and you'll have 2 paths, one to the right and one to the left. Left, I believe, will take us to the upper sectional. Over here is a stairwell leading down. This is obviously where we chased that bastard. But further up the stairs, in this room, another mirror. But on our right here is basically our next area. But over here on the balcony, grab the bloodstone chunk before we cross that bridge. And directly ahead of us, a lantern of Mergo's Loft middle. Now we have an access point to the middle part of this castle. Now, right away from the jump, we're going to want to hurry because we actually have a sinister bell that we will need to contend with here soon. We don't need to worry about it too much now. Oh, we do actually now. Get the fuck down. 2 bloodstone chunks on the body and pebbles dropped by the enemy. Now we're going to want to get rid of that sinister bell woman, so let's move fast. What we're going to do is basically avoid these guys, Shadows of Yharnam, familiar to us from our previous boss battle in the Forbidden Woods. We're going to bypass all of them. It's important because we're going to be heading into the next area. Not here. Actually, further, we got to go back up. Essentially, this is where we want to be. Grab the bloodstone chunks from here, and then head up the stairs. And then avoid the... And what we're going to do is drop down here, and run along this kind of aqueduct. Get the nightmare. Get some bloodstone chunks from that one. And the sinister bell ringing woman is going to be up these stairs to the left. Get rid of the shadow of Yarnum. Ignore that one. Bloodstone chunks on the body. And that will be that. There's the bell ringing woman. Let's get rid of her right now. No bell ringing for you, sweetheart. Sorry, I don't want to deal with players. I'm here to help my community, not compete with it. So once we dispatched her, the bell ringing woman will no longer be a problem, which is good for us. Now we're going to use a bold hunter mark to get back to that lantern where we were. And then essentially go from there. So pretty much right here, we're right back where we originally were. That's exactly what I wanted. So once we pretty much make our way through that, we have a new thing over here that we need to deal with. So down below us is a sort of catwalk. In the distance, as you can see, if I get my monocular out, we have a Garden of Eyes. I'm going to see where she went. Can't really see her from this vantage point. We need to get higher. There we go. So down below us, as we saw before in the Nightmare Frontier, we saw the Garden of Eyes. Now there are 2, maybe 3 Garden of Eyes in this particular bridge. The reason why we want to go down there is because what we want is across the way in that hall there. That is where the Brain of Mensis is, and that's what we want to get to. So in order to get to it, well, we're going to need to make our way down there to contend with the Nightmare. The Brain of Mensis. So, but first what we're going to do is we're going to open up some paths. So here we have a elevator that will take us from the upper part down. But here is the real prize of what we want, is this elevator, which will take us down. And then if you notice, right there is actually a passage that we need to go out into. So we're going to pretty much disembark from the elevator here. But what we really want to do is we want to get ourselves equipped with some frenzy protection. So we're going to go ahead and get... Just making sure there's no threats nearby. We're going to equip the Ashen Hunter outfit for the maximum avenue of frenzy protection. So here we have... Where is it? This is the Hunter de Jura's outfit, and this is what we want to wear for this particular task. As soon as I find it. There. Now this will give us the best possible measure of protection for this threat. Probably we want to put on the Adela's blood, Adeline's blood. Just for this particular instance. So, some blood bullets, and we'll have our sedatives handy for this job. And off we go. We're going to head up, and the second we get to that point, we're going to roll right into that crevice. Hopefully we'll make it, and we won't die. So, there it is. And we're in. So pretty much we're going to want to keep our distance from this woman. Over here there'll be a chest, open that up, and we will find inside inflicted organ, more Chalice Dungeon material. If we had Simon's bow blade, this would make it a lot easier. The The other thing we could use too, I'm going to equip it, is blue elixir. It makes us harder to see. But all the same, we're still going to need to wear the sedative. Try to get as close as we can without giving ourselves away here. And then we'll take a sedative before we could even die from the effects of the frenzy she creates. She'll drop some quicksilver bullets over here on the right. We'll find some kin cold blood. Be sure to search in and around these crevices because sometimes there are hidden items like cold blood, resources. This is a good part here if you're farming for blood gems. This is a good place to search for them because you'll get a lot of good. You typically will get blood droplet gems strictly from Gardens of Eyes. So just bear that in mind. If you're looking for droplet blood gems, come here and hunt these bitches down, and they usually will, not always, but sometimes will give you what you need. Matter of fact, I'll switch these around. I'll do sedative there, and a blue elixir there. Take another blue elixir. Oh, she got me. I'm screwed. Please don't do that to me. That hurts. Please, thank you. Oh, there we go. That's enough. Some more quicksilver bullets. Go ahead and take another blue elixir. Have your sedative handy. And we'll go get this very last one. Come on. No, I'm dead. I'm dead. She's gonna kill me. Ah. That sucks. But that's exactly the reason why I hate those things. I think what I might end up doing is going back to the Hunter's Dream real quick and swapping out for some Frenzy protection. Because Frenzy is like the biggest thing you have to contend with this bitch. So we're gonna go back to the Hunter's Dream real quick. We're just gonna go get that. Our echoes will still be there in that vicinity, so that won't be an issue going back there to get them. But I'll definitely swap out my protections in place of those other ones. Matter of fact, I'll put on a better one here. And I'll put out, see what we get here. Fire protection. What I want is basically Frenzy is at the very bottom. So what we want is protections from Frenzy. So we'll put on the Deep Sea, which will give us added protection. And we'll put on all types of resistance. Doesn't really seem to really matter. You get all types of resistance will basically give you 100 additional points of protection from all elements, including slow poison, rapid poison, and frenzy. So we'll put that on as well. And yeah, that'll pretty much put that. So as you can see, we got a huge bar of frenzy protection now. So we'll yeah, we'll get into that business now. Matter of fact, let's resupply ourselves. We used up 5 potions of sedative and 3 potions of blue elixir. I think I won't even need the blue elixir at this point. If I could just get this bitch to come after me, I can intercept her with a shot. Maybe I won't use the rifle spear. Maybe I'll use a different pistol. Maybe I'll just use a regular hunter pistol. So. some blood bullets, and regular bullets. Alright, here we go. Ah, shit. Well, there goes 180,000 echoes. I hate that drop. I knew I usually wait until I make it the bottom, but in that particular instance, it's like, what the fuck? So I just lost all those echoes now. But that's penny cash. I can always make that up. I can make 3 times that when I'm in the Chalice dungeons, so I'm not worried about it. Fucking dumbass. It's ironic because I was literally thinking to myself, I was like, it would be really. I was thinking earlier when I first went there, I was thinking this would really suck if I would actually drop off. And of course, ironically, there we go. I actually dropped to my death. I fall to my death. I should have went to Mergo's Loft base and then did that. Oh yeah, 3,000 echoes. Gee, I'm so lucky. Thank you so much for that. Fucking dicks. Now I make it. You could have made it earlier when I had 180,000 echoes sitting in this area waiting for me. No, I had to make it later. So right away, here we go. Come on, bitch. Alright, I'll get rid of this one now. And here we have a Tempering Blood Gemstone. And then we have a Cursed Tempering Blood Gemstone. I don't know if there's anything hidden behind this one. I don't think so. Nope, doesn't look like it. Fantastic. So we're going to keep moving. And this one will have dropped us a Cursed Tempering Blood Gem. And I think that pretty much is that in its facets. So, entering this chamber here, though, we'll immediately see there is nightmares of these little nightmare apostles. So we will pretty much be able to dispatch them. Thrust weapons are usually the best option. Fucking Mo Howard looking haircut assholes. Now there will be one more Garden of Eyes. So we will not be able to really attack her because she's going to be across from us, but we can get to her, but we're going to have to do it very carefully because obviously we'll have to walk across some beams high above this area. Oh shit, I used a blue elixir too soon. Okay, no big deal. Over here though, in the distance, if you see across from us, there's that gory looking nasty thing. That's our target. That's what we want to go and get. So pretty much right here, you'll have to pull the switch, and that will drop the Brain of Mensis down into the lower catacomb area that we can actually get to. But more importantly, it cannot cause frenzy in us with its crazy ass look. So that is where it dropped, and that's where it will be until we get to it. So once we get there, drop down into this hole here. Drink the blue elixir. Now, essentially what we want is basically to get across here without her causing frenzy, but we can't really go across those beams without being seen, so we need to basically just wait for this we're going to wait for this to wear off, and then we're going to use it again. And then we're going to make our way across. Because there's another point to this. There's another important item across us to get to that dungeon. So walk carefully across the beams. Run if you want, if you're brave. And then let's get this bitch and get her out of our way. Oh my god. Bitch. Get out of my sight. And then with that, that is the last of the Garden of Eyes you will have to deal with for the foreseeable future, unless you decide to come back here and farm the area for blood droplets, droplet blood gems, sorry. Inside we'll have the choir bell. Now the choir bell is a very unique item. It's actually great for teams, and especially great for other hunters. So basically what it does is, pretty much, it is a special hunter tool for the choir, high-ranking members of the church, fashioned after a bell that projects the arcane sound across the planes of existence. Essentially what it does in its purpose is basically allows you to use it to heal players. So anyone in your vicinity will be healed. And it may heal you too, so let's give it a try. And there we go. It costs you, obviously, as you saw, 4 on top of the 3, 7 Quicksilver bullets to use. So it would be wise to use that only with teammates, as it is pretty much the only instance where you probably would want to use it. So we're going to walk back across this opening here, and there will be a doorway leading out across from us. We can obviously put this stuff away now. We don't really need to wear it no more. Put on one of our favored outfits that we like to wear. So we'll head out here now, and we will just head down the steps. At this point, you're pretty much free and clear. If you didn't drop the Brain of Mensis, it will still be here, and it will cause frenzy the entire time while you're on this balcony, so you really want to drop that guy. Here you'll find Great One's Wisdom, an Arcane Damp Blood Gem Droplet, another Great One's Wisdom, another Great One's Wisdom, and another one Great One's Wisdom. And then essentially what you're going to want to do, I believe there is no way you want to pretty much want to go down there, which we will go down there in a minute. Right now I want to go over here real quick. I believe there's more items hidden in the back here. Okay, nope. There's going to be items down here, though, at the bottom of these stairs. Here we will have the Madman's Knowledge, and as well as here, a damp blood-tinged gem. Another blood droplet, blood gemstone. So here, we will head over here, and at the top of these stairs, you will have a door to your right, and this essentially will use the iron door key. This is the way the key is used. And essentially, this will lead us right back into this area, where we originally encountered Mikalesh. So, but we're not going to go this way. We're going to go back out the way we came, and head back to that little area that we saw before. And down here, we're going to drop down here. And over here, we will find our key point of our entire playthrough is the Blood Rock. This weapon, this item, I should say, will enable you to upgrade your weapon or gun in any faculty up to level 10. Since our rifle spear is at level 9, this will enable us to push our weapon to the maximum level it can reach. So, blood rocks are what you want. By that point, you reach level 9. And then afterwards, head out through this broken wall slab, and then down here on the bridge, and we will be right where we encountered the church hunter that was prohibiting us from reaching this area. So, at this point, we pretty much can get a couple more echoes, but we're not going to go with this path because we have another place to be. So head out here and take the elevator down to Mergo's Loft base. Then we will take the elevator paths up. Actually, no, I made a mistake. Return up. That was foolish of me. I forgot we just released the Brain of Mensis. So now we need to go get the Brain Mensis. We need to talk to the Brain of Mensis. And how do we talk to a giant brain? Well, we have a symbol in our taunts that can actually communicate to it. And it's important that we do talk to it because we need something that it has. So we're just going to go ahead, kill the Mergo servants, get what we can out of them. And essentially what we're looking for... Shove me, little asshole. Little bastard. Pee-wee Herman ass little bug. So right here is pretty much what we want. We're going to take this elevator down into the dark of this pit. And then essentially what we're going to do is head out here. And you will approach in the dark this creepy looking thing right here. And then what we're going to do is basically do a pose with this taunt, which effectively is going to communicate to it. And then after we talk to it, we will get a rune or perhaps a pose, I'm not sure. And essentially that is pretty much what we need from this enemy. But essentially this is the thing that was causing frenzy when we were approaching the castle. That glowing aura that was coming from the castle's windows. This was the thing that was causing it. So after a few minutes, your pose will shift. And then essentially you will be able to get whatever it is that it'll give you. Which in this case is the level 3 moon rune. So now we have the utmost maximum completion of the moon's elements. So now the next part of this task is going to be very satisfying for me because I hate this big ugly son of a bitch. Is we're going to kill it. Essentially because it is going to have ritual material we need. So we're going to go ahead and equip our bolt paper with our Ludwig sword, and essentially this is pretty much going to be an easy, straightforward attack. He doesn't put up any resistance, he just lays there and takes it. And we have gotten living string from him, as well as 2,000 echoes. Alright, so now pretty much with that, we can head up. And then we will head back the way we came. We're not going to take the other path because it's kind of a long way around. I don't want to do that. Instead, I want to take the shortest possible route, which will get me to where I got to go. And then we will proceed down with the... We will proceed back up. Where is that elevator? I think the elevator was actually down here, wasn't it? I actually went the wrong way. Yep, there we go. So we're going to take the elevator back down to Mergo's Loft base. Then we're going to take the elevator from that up to Mergo's Loft middle. And then we will deal with the Shadows of Yharnam as our next major undertaking. So head over here, pull the switch, and that'll bring the elevator down for us. Yeah, at this point, if you actually want, you can actually go right around and actually navigate the landscape of the Nightmare of Mensis to actually get some easy echoes if you want. We don't have to deal with the Brain of Mensis no more, so we're actually free and clear. Now, after boarding that elevator, we can board this elevator and head up. Welcome, fellow hunter. A pleasure. Welcome to the stream. So as soon as we get off the elevator, we'll be able to navigate our way over here and engage with the Shadows of Yharnam. We want to probably take care of the one above us, though, first. So bypass these two and immediately go after this one first. Essentially, we want to get rid of him right away because he will basically just provide air support to these guys, which I do not want to get them have. I'm not really wearing any of my blood echo runes to really get the most out of them, so I'm just going to just dispatch them and be done with it. So, this one will drop us 2 blood vials, so that's cool. Heading over here to the left, obviously you recall we got the bloodstone chunks off this body, just to remind you in case you missed it. And then down here, there's nothing down here, obviously, but I mean, it's pretty much evident that you had to rush. I did a little rush earlier, so I just want to make sure I'm covering all my bases with what I probably missed or didn't. Down there, we don't really pretty much have anything to contend with. We've already gotten everything down there, but you get my meaning. There's pretty much nothing else at the end. But right over here, in the face of this, we will have these mutant pigs that will have a very warped kind of vision. Oh god, yes. I wanted Bloodborne 2 so fucking bad, bro. I want a Bloodborne. I mean, you know, I get it. People really, really like Soulsborne games, and I just think it's a travesty that we haven't gotten a Bloodborne 2 yet. There's actually concepts and you know, fan art that has been made facilitating for a Bloodborne 2. And it's really a shame because I think they should make a Bloodborne 2. But they make Lies of P and Sekiro. But if I had to say, this is probably one of my favorite of Soulsborne games I've ever played. Gotta be careful. Oh, motherfucker. Come on, boy. But once you've dispatched the pigs, they will have dropped their echoes, had some blood vials, as well as nourishing damp blood gem to the left on that body. Further up here on the left, we will find also Kin Cold Blood, as well as more Kin Cold Blood. Yeah, I'm basically, this is my first playthrough, and I'm basically doing all 3 endings. So you're going to have 3 playthroughs of me covering every different quest line, every different approach, and all 3 endings. So I'm going to be doing this. This will be the first playthrough, so I will not be getting the third ending or the second ending. It'll be the first ending where you basically submit yourself to him to let him pretty much do that. Oh, hello. Come here, boy. What's up? Your Roman candle trick ain't gonna save you. So after we dispatch those shadows of Yarnum, that will deal with them. We're gonna go ahead and take a look over here on the left. There's a stairwell going down. This obviously is going to pretty much be the other area that we could have came around on, but right away you pretty much see that this is basically this is the opportune area where you can actually get to the bell ringing woman. This is the long way around. I took the short way because I wanted to intercept her before she actually called any other hunter players. So, but grab the items they dropped, and we'll get on with the next part of it. So this is pretty much going to lead us up and around, and directly ahead of us is going to be the ghost of Queen Yarnum, who is the one who had the child of Mergo. Obviously, Mergo is hidden up there, so we need to get to her. But we will actually fight her in the Chalice Dungeon, which I will probably get to before I complete the completion of the DLC. So at this point right now, we're pretty much not going to go into there to face Mergo quite yet. Mergo's wet nurse, I should say. So we're going to head over here and open the chest, and inside we'll find Yusefka's blood vial. So we have another blood vial available for use. But over here in this room, we will have an elevator leading us down, which will bring us to the loft area leading to where we just navigated to get to the shadows of Yarnum. So now we will take this elevator down, and then the other elevator will take down. So now we got 3 elevators in tandem to get right to the top of this castle. So now that we pretty much have established that, we can actually head back to the Hunter's Dream now. We're at the very home stretch of the story's main game. But I want to finish the DLC, and I also want to finish the Chalice Dungeons before we get further into that. Great. So right away from the start, we're going to head over here and just replenish what supplies we used. Obviously, we used a bunch. We used about some of those sedatives. We used some Molotovs and some throwing knives, as well as some poison knives. 2 bolt paper and 3 Ash Hunter bone marrow ash. And then we are going to medicine too. Don't forget that. And then basically what we're going to do is we're going to go upgrade our weapon, the rifle spear. Now that we have a blood rock, we can upgrade it. So right from the junk, you're going to go right to your, we're going to go ahead and fortify our weapon, and we're going to go right for the rifle spear, which is going to be right here. So once we've upgraded it, that'll bring it to level 10, and that is now a fully upgraded weapon. You will no longer see that in your inventory as far as that position goes. So that is pretty much that. But right here, we also have bloodstone chunks, so we're going to upgrade our Evelyn. And why not? We're going to go ahead and upgrade probably the Saw Cleaver and the Hunter Axe. And then we're just going to repair our weapons. And then I think what we'll do is we'll put some of these other runes on now. We really don't need a Frenzy rune anymore, so that won't be an issue. but we'll go ahead and get some Blood Moon runes going, and yeah, go from there. And then what we're going to do is we're going to head directly into the next stage of our quest line. First, we're going to pay a visit to the research hall, because I believe we are at the forefront of possibly engaging our next part of the quest line with Adeline. So we'll head and find Adeline real quick and see if she needs more mushy brain fluid. So once we spawn, head right up into the research hall and take a right. And
oh, a sticky strip. How extraordinary. You think that water drips even down deep below at the bottom of the sea? Can you hear it?
So we obviously can't really do her quest line yet, but that's okay, because I was kind of thinking we would be able to, but it's alright, because we're going to head back to the Hunter's Dream, and then we're going to head right for the Fishing Hamlet. By going to the Fishing Hamlet, we'll be able to get to the final stretches of the DLC section. It's not essentially the very last area, but we're coming up on the very last of it in that regard. So, Fishing Hamlet, here we go. Now, in the Fishing Hamlet, you're going to encounter a number of villagers that have been turned into fish-like entities. Most of the enemies in this area, in particular in the Fishing Hamlet, are going to be aquatic in nature and fish-like in appearance. So, from the very start, we're probably going to want to have a few things. I think the most important thing we're going to want to have is we're definitely going to want to have some bolt paper and some throwing knives. Well, pebble first, then the throwing knives, and bolt paper. We also have Molotovs, and I think we'll probably want to deal with pretty much whatever comes next. So right away from the start, we're going to see there's an elevator in front of us. We cannot access that, but when we go into here, villagers, fishmen, I really will call them, essentially are going to be coming out of the woodwork to attack us. So to our front, there will be one there. Essentially, I don't know if you would qualify them as beast, but they seem to be pretty susceptible to rust attacks, so... These enemies will pretty much drop relatively anything, blood vials, quicksilver bullets. There's real no margin of what they will or won't drop. So essentially you just want to rummage into it. Now in the distance, I'm going to stop right here because in the distance there's going to be something of relevancy. You see, there is going to be, you can't really see it from my position, but beyond that fishman, there is actually another type of fishman who apparently is casting a spell like Curse. They come in the form of purple skulls. He will just constantly keep spewing these out, and they will hit you and do damage to you. So you want to get rushing in there and get rid of it as fast as possible. So right away, we're going to rush in. Just like that. And essentially, that's pretty much what we want to do with that. Got to be careful here because these guys are nasty. So with them being dispatched, that will deal with them. Over here, you'll find another fishing villager who's completely oblivious. Go ahead and dispatch him. Oh, this body's got maggots crawling all over it. Ew. Now here, we will have a corpse in here with a tampering damp blood gem. Up there is out the stair, there's an item. We cannot get to that because the stairwell is broken. But what we do have is another threat in the form of I really fucking hate this enemy too. The giant shark man. Now the shark man is akin to that of a giant, like, colossal enemy. He's terribly overpowered as shit. But the thing is, we have on our side is we can actually get his attention with blood, as well as getting his the measure of his influence. Pretty much, we can use these oil urns to our left. We want to use to kill him. So what we're going to do is we're going to get our oil, we're going to get our monocular out, and we're going to get him to get our attention. Nice try, dickhead, trying to get a cheap kill on me. So once we pretty much have done that, we're going to grab over here where the shark came from, and we're going to go up here and get... There's a Kin Cold Blood, and there's another Fishman. He'll drop a blood vial. This one will come out from underneath the thing. I completely forgot. I ignored him. I wish I didn't. So once we dispatch him, he will be out of the way. But essentially what we want to do is come over here, and across the slope is where we want to go. Visceral attack. So what we'll do is we'll come up here, and on the roof by this wall here, Great One's Wisdom. And then going across here, we will have ladder access, which will give us a shortcut to get around and through. And then, but we're going to go into here, and immediately we'll find that there is a path leading to the stairwell where we saw that item we couldn't grab. But be careful, and look above you when you enter rooms because of this instance right here. And this is why. Fucking dick. So once we've dealt with that, we'll have this one here we can actually get. He's basically still bludgeoning this fucking poor bastard to death. He's dead, man. I think he's dead. With that, you'll find the harrowed outfit, which is the outfit that Simon is wearing. So, it's not Simon, though. Over here on the stair, you'll find a bloodstone chunk. And then what we are going to do is proceed to head down. Oh, wait a minute. Wrong way. Duh. And out this way. Now, down here, there is going to be a very dangerous task. You're not going to contend with... Oh, wait a minute. Let me get rid of this guy, because he's obviously got he's actually got a problem with me. Now, down here is going to be a very dangerous task. Lady Maria's weapon, the recoil, or a version of it, is going to be sitting at the bottom of this well. Here's the downside. It's being protected by two giant shark men. Now, one giant shark man is bad enough. A second one makes it a goddamn impossible nightmare. So, you're not going to get in here and get out alive without getting this weapon unscathed. So, what we're going to need to do to get through this section is basically we're going to need the Shaman Bone Blade. No. Correction. We're going to need, the Shaman Bone Blade. That is evident. We're going to need that. But we're also going to need Blue Elixir, again. And we're going to need Lead Elixir. I do not know if we can use them both, but we're going to try. So right from the jump, we're going to head down here. Now there is one shark, but the real issue is going to be the second shark, which is actually somewhere around here. I just got to find him. I think he's over there. He's right on the roof waiting to come down. So essentially what we're going to want to do is we're going to wait for an opportunity to get this guy's attention. Then whatever's left of them, you just want to get rid of them with just throwing Molotovs. Throw Molotovs. Nothing but Molotovs. And that is it. And there we have it. We have the Rikoyo, another unique skill-based weapon. We can also hear another Garden of Eyes further in that tunnel, but I'm not worried about them. Now, essentially, the Rikoyo is much like the Chikaje, but with one distinction, is that it doesn't use blood magic. It does, however, use a form of thrust attack, and it does pretty much the same thing. Like I said, it's like a double-bladed spear, but you can split it into a dagger and a sword. So you get that benefit, and then you get to basically, with the R2 button, you do multiple thrust attacks, so it's essentially a very good two-handed weapon. It's a skill-based weapon, so you can use that as well as a benefit to that capacity. So it's really an all-around pretty good weapon if you know how to use it right. But now that we've gotten that, we can head up the ladder and out of this well where this weapon was hidden and get further into the Fishing Hamlet. As you can see, blood vials on this body, oil urns on this body. That girl could throw that shit pretty far. Flaming oil urns, essentially, pretty much is what he's throwing, so we're going to just rush into that building before he can throw more. And inside the building to the right... Oh! Essentially, we want to avoid that. And then outside here, this will basically be the way you want to come in. If you want a more discreet approach, this is the best way to come in. But I didn't do that, obviously. And then with that being said, that would have dispatched all the fishmen in this particular section of this area. Odd fire, damp blood gem on the balcony over here on the other side of that catwalk. And then over here, grab an oil urn. And then we will head further into the area. Eyes open. As we approach this area, we will be beset by these enemies throwing spears, harpoons, fishing harpoons. And then we will also have fish dogs, which will stun us with its scream. More enemies with fishing harpoons will attempt to engage us. Behind the tree, there will be nothing, but further ahead of us, once we approach, we will have a shark giant approach us. But more importantly, we have these arcane magic assholes throwing these fucking things at us, which we will have to get away from. So we're gonna have to... Oh, he's got a fucking harpoon sticking right out of his body. Well, not anymore. So we're gonna have to rush up here and get this guy. The shark giant will immediately rush us from the right. We want to get away from him, so break contact and get away from him, so he'll give up the chase. He'll still pursue us a little bit, but we essentially want to avoid him. The ones with the anchors are the ones we want to avoid. As you can see. As you can see, this is why I hate the shark giant. Fucking pain in the ass. He will drop a warm, damp blood gem if you drop him, or he may drop a droplet blood gem. It depends really entirely. But I really wanted to get through him because over here on the right will be Simon.
Who are you? I'm afraid I've made a botch of things. Oh, I can hear the bell now. The beast-eyed assassin. He's after me. Again. And again.
So basically what he's referring to is the hunter that we actually encountered in the underground dungeon, the beast-hide assassin. He basically is the assassin of the Healing Church. He's basically jailed himself willingly inside the hunter's nightmare to keep people from finding out the Healing Church's dirty laundry. Obviously that means us. So essentially Simon was not lucky enough to repel him, which now that Simon is effectively going to die,
I need you to do something.
I have to do it.
This village is the true secret. Testament to the old sins. It feeds this hunter's nightmare. Please, bring to an end the horror. So our forefathers sinned. We hunters cannot bear their weight forever.
You could hear the bell ringing. Bling, bling,
Justice and
bling,
fair.
bling. And now Simon has passed. But with him, we will get the underground cell inner chamber key. And we will also get Simon's bow blade. So that pretty much has opened that discussion. And then further up here on the left, this will be the path leading to the old fishing village. And ironically, there's an important stone here. This little gravestone here, ironically, is essentially the gravestone of Lady Maria, with the little sunflowers as well planted there. So essentially, this is where she was originally killed. But down below us, we can see that is our destination. That corpse-like thing, slug-like thing, is Kos, the entity that basically is the reason why they killed this creature in attempt to capture it. Gurman felt guilty about it. Lady Maria felt guilty about it. Unfortunately, Lady Maria couldn't bear the guilt of it any longer and killed herself when she realized what they were dealing inside the healing church with the research hall. She took care of those patients, and unfortunately she couldn't bear it anymore, and she took her own life. Gurman ultimately was pretty much a part of it because Gurman and Lady Maria were a package deal. They were the ones who beset upon the village. They're the ones who killed Kos, and they're the ones who basically allowed the healing church to use them in such a gross way for their own gains. So essentially this whole thing is a shit show of their making. You could hear the bells ringing, so obviously that asshole's waiting for us to come down there. But we're going to go ahead and get through it by taking care of these guys first. We've taken care of the shark, as well as the other enemies in this area. So we're basically just going to take a quick gander over here, and we're going to find some Great One's Wisdom, and then through this little dilapidated shack over here, approach carefully out here onto this cliff, and you'll see over there on the left there is actually something we can grab. So we're going to head over here on the other side of this shack and carefully approach the cliff edge, and we will find another bloodstone chunk. Now I believe that a lantern is in this vicinity here. Right there. Which is good, because we're going to need it. We don't really have resources to do much fighting much further beyond that. Here we have the gate, which is only open from the other side. We will come to that later as well. And approaching out here, down to the right, we will have Kin Coldblood, and then we will have this gate here, which is only open from the other side, so we have a ways to go. We got two doors that are locked. We can only open them from the other side, so we need to go directly to the Fishing Hamlet from this upper layer. Particularly up here on this cliff. So we're going to head down here, this little plank path. You can hear the bell being rung of the asshole that's pretty much the healing church's hunter. So basically what's going to happen now is he's going to pursue us consistently until we silence him. He's in his cell, and he's basically casting projections, or I guess illusions that are very real to fight us. So as soon as we go across this bridge, he will make an appearance. And he will have the bloodwetter weapon. At this point he will have the blood elixir, but we will visceral attack him. And that'll put an end to his bullshit for now. Now, every time we kill him, he will drop us one piece of weaponry, or one piece of gear. In this case, he dropped us the bloodied armbands, which is part of his outfit. So we're going to grab that. Over here, we're going to have another fishing village kind of member, kind of a clerk. He uses lightning as his power. So we're going to dispatch him with a backstab. And get rid of him so he doesn't have to, so he doesn't do anything stupid. Obviously, with him, we'll get bolt damp blood gems. For blood gems that use electricity. And then we're going to head down the ladder and take a left. Inside here, there'll be another one standing in our way. We'll get rid of him. And then over here, we will have another one on the roof. We essentially want to get rid of the ones that are going to be the most problematic. So essentially, we're going to be getting his attention. We got to get some throwing knives. We'll walk slowly. I fell through. Son of a bitch. Can't believe I fell through that. That sucks. Nevertheless, we'll get the bloodstone chunk off the body, we'll get the blood vials off this body, and then over here, on this body, we will find another bloodstone chunk. Now we need to work on getting our way back up if we can. I really don't want to take the initiative of fighting these guys on the ground level while there's a guy up above us with lightning rods. So essentially what we want to do is we want to get up there. We've got to get back up on the ground level. So we're going to run this way, and we're going to head up the stairs here, see if there's a way we can get up. There's a blood vials here. We got those. Great. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like there's a way up, so we're going to need to take the ladder. So we're going to head right, keep moving to avoid the lightning rods, and immediately head for the elevator here and start climbing. Son of a bitch. Here we have a nightmare. We're gonna go ahead and grab that. Son of a bitch. I'm lucky. Oh, come on, dude. What the hell are you doing? Get the clue, man. I'm not messing with you. Use the monocular to destroy them and get rid of them real quick. Grab the bloodstone chunks. Oil urns. I believe we got rid of that guy, did we? Or is he still up there? No, he's still up there. So we're just gonna get rid of him. Can't get up there to get him very easily, so I'm not gonna chase his ass. Alright, now we can probably try to get up there. So get up the ladder again. That was a little bit of a mess. Now we can get up here and around. I believe this will take us out there. Yep, easy. And then we will walk. I think there's something we can grab on the rooftop somewhere. I'm just not sure where to look yet. That doesn't really matter. Ugh. I think we came this way. Okay, here we go. We got a ladder going up. Oh, there is something in there. Okay. I thought I was seeing shit, but I guess not, so. Alright, we can't go through there. So, do we go left? Oh, you know what? I think we gotta go into this room from below. There's a path that leads around, in and around, so. We're gonna have to drop down here. So, right from the start where we killed all these dogs and shit, we're gonna want to head through this path here, and essentially we'll be attacked again by that hunter, the assassin. So essentially just get yourself ready for him. He's not gonna attack us until we get here, but you hear the bell ringing. There it is. So by getting cold, we got the cold blood, kin cold blood, and he will have poured again ahead of us. He will obviously use lead elixir. And after dispatching him that time, we'll get the beast hide garb. And now we will go back to the ladder and head up. Actually, let me check one more thing. I just want to be thorough that I didn't miss anything, because I hate losing stuff. So I know I was up here, I grabbed something there, but what about over here? Was there something over here I could grab? Nope, doesn't look like it. Okay, just wanted to be sure. Okay, doesn't look like there's anything else for me to grab here. And then we'll go up the ladder now. And we're going to head into a cavern, cave-like fishing system. Basically, this is where a proportion amount of your time is going to be spent for the rest of this. But we're going to need to head back to the Hunter's Dream to essentially gather resources. Because we're getting kind of dry here. I'm lucky I'm getting away with what I'm getting away with. So, heading through here, you're going to climb up the ladder again to the rooftop where we originally came into this area from across there. But we're going to go up this platform here and into this cave system here. Essentially, this is basically where most of your threats are going to be at the present. With big proportion number of them being slugs. So right here, we're gonna walk across this beam here. Well, actually, no, we're not. Actually, change of thought. We got guys across from us with lightning rods. I do not want to engage them until they're facing away from me because I don't have the measures of protection to keep me safe from them. And there's multiple men of them in there in this cavern. We're gonna head right instead of left first because I want to get these guys. Grab the oil urns off the body there, and then we're gonna head across and to the left. And he will drop us some quicksilver bolts. Good. Okay, because I was getting a bit dry here with resources. Go ahead and visceral attack him. And then over here and smash these little crustaceans and grab some blood vials. And then before we go further into the cavern, we're gonna go over here and unlock the door leading out and around. So we got an easy shortcut. Dispatching those threats is easy enough. Damp blood gemstone on him. Another damp blood gemstone on him. We have a ladder access taking us down into the lower level. But before we go down there, we want to go down here and get pretty much these guys. More blood vials. More blood vials. That one dropped down there, so we won't be able to get to him. And then this will basically take us away across like we originally were, where we were originally were. I'm thinking I'm probably going to try my luck down here. I've got nothing really to lose in this respect, so I'll just go down here. But now you will encounter the I'm not sure if you would call them kin, but they are akin to looking like kin enemies in the form of alien-like entities. But essentially they're mermaids. As you recall, in the earlier part of the DLC, we saw one of these fall flat out of the sky. But this is where we're going to use our bolt paper. Oil urns, and a poor damp blood gemstone. More damp blood gemstone, quicksilver bullets. There's really no way to tell which one is which, so it's best just to attack them all and just go from there. We will be able to go down there once we cross this other area, I believe. So bear with me a moment when I get my faculties in order. You have a bloodstone chunk on this body here. grab the twin bloodstone shards off the body over here, as well as quicksilver bullets here. And we got a poor damn blood gem. Oh, we got something over there we missed. I guess they must have poured it. It must have appeared when we finished the cleanup in that area. Poor man, damp blood gem. And now we'll head back to the ladder. I think actually we can actually get to that area. I'm just not sure how we would go about doing it. So let me take a quick make sure. I don't want to take any risks of being wrong and getting myself killed. I think we're supposed to drop down or something. I don't think we can drop down though. That's the peculiar thing. So I think this is another area that we can access, but we gotta go the long way around. So I think I don't want to chance it. I'm gonna go over here first. Make sure. Yeah, that's a long way down. I don't think I can just simply drop down there. Inquisitiveness is effective. Okay, I'm not sure if this is a good thing or a bad thing. Yeah, I don't think I can make that. I think I think there's another way I can get down there. I'm not gonna chance it, otherwise I'll risk getting killed and I don't want to die, so I'll go back down the ladder the way I came and see if there's a way that'll take me around in that area. So we're going to head down, and obviously we dispatched all of the threats in this vicinity, so we're not going to really worry about too much of that now. So we'll go through here and further into the cave system. At this point, these things can actually start getting in and out of their shells, and they can be much more of a problem. So you want to be careful with your navigation and combating them. Head into this little fishing area over here, and on this body you will find another bloodstone chunk. Obviously now we have more of these little sea urchin looking bitches coming our way to give us trouble. Now take care of her. Now take care of her. I essentially like to use their own momentum against them to get that closing gap. So here we have the sounds of the bell ringing again, and on this body we'll find some lead elixir, and here's the asshole again. And then after dispatching him, we'll get his bloody trousers. This is the third boss fight. So this is pretty much the scale of that being an issue for now. Upon dispatching him, we're going to grab the damp blood full gem on this thing. We're going to rush in here and immediately get this asshole. And that will be the end of them and of him. Looks like I'm not the only hunter ringling down here. Now, at this point, we're going to want to get ourselves situated. And we're going to want to put on our huntsman, our favorite anti-frenzy outfit. Because we're going to have to deal with another Garden of Eyes as we go down into this area. As I find the damn thing. It's always so weird to actually identify. I wish you could set it up like we had favorites, you know, or set up like build styles so that you could actually have one to switch to on the fly if you need to. So we're going to use blue elixir and we're going to use sedative. Alright, here we go. So upon getting in here, we're going to immediately get to this point down here where we will encounter this little bitch. Oh, come on, not again. Every time I get that late. 2 of frenzies. And that'll be it for her. I can put my other outfit back on. And she will have dropped us just quicksilver bullets. That's really it. But on the corpses over here, you'll find a tempering damp blood gem and kin cold blood. So we'll take those. Back here that we bypassed, we'll add some lead elixir. Following the tunnel where that witch went, you'll find the opportune measure of these, more of these little urchin chicks. And obviously we will have more of these enemies. This is obviously the path that'll let us back around the long way, so we'll use this opportunity. Full damp blood gem. As soon as they leaped up, I brought the axe down and I just get on the ground. Let's get out of here. He'll have quicksilver bullets. Get her out of our way. Nope. Stay down. Up here, we will have an odd bolt blood gemstone. Where the hell is... Oh, there he is, right over there. Son of a bitch. He will have an odd tampering blood gem. She will have a poor fool's gem. And then over here on this body, we will have a blood rock. So we can upgrade another weapon. You can get one blood rock in the actual game near the end and the DLC near the end. So bear that in mind. Once we've pretty much exhausted all resources in this vicinity, we're going to head back down the tunnel. Obviously, this is where we fought the Garden of Eyes, and this is the tunnel we came from, so we want to find our way down this tunnel. And then we're going to head over here to this body, where we'll find Great One's Wisdom. That is actually the destination where we want to go. We're not going to go there just yet, because that will lead us to our next boss. The final boss of the DLC. But down here at the bottom of the well, at this well, you'll find a cursed Kin Hunter's Damp Blood Gem. So we're going to grab that, and then we're going to head up the ladder again. And we're going to head over and pull the switch, which will lower an elevator for us. The elevator will descend from this cavern above this hole in the ground. And we're going to head up. And now we have opened the path leading out. So now that we've actually pretty much opened all those paths open, we're going to head back to the Hunter's Dream. Well, actually, yeah, we'll go back to the Hunter's Dream. We'll use our Kin Hunter blood. We'll use our blood echoes, cold blood echoes, to get some extra echoes. We'll upgrade our power one more time. 5 of those. That's 50,000. 5 of these. That's 40,000. Then 1 cold one, which is an additional 5,000, and that should be enough for us to upgrade our weaponry one more time, our talent one more time. So let's see what we can do.
Let the echoes be.
So we can go ahead and upgrade. What do we want to do? I think I'll do Blood Tinge. And now we will head up and fortify a weapon. Now, I am probably going to do the Evelyn. So that's a blood rock that maximizes her power to the maximum limit. And then I will also upgrade my Saw Spear, which now I need just a saw. I need a blood rock to upgrade that. And then I also have 3 bloodstone chucks, so I will upgrade the Blade of Mercy. And repair the weapons that I have been using. And then we will get right back to the... First we'll do the research hall, because I think we're at the stage now where we can easily assume that we can progress with the brain fluid quest line with this broad. So let's see what we can get. So as soon as we spawn in, head directly to the right and let's see where she is. And she's gone. But she's right here. Turned into one of those things now. So we'll talk to her.
Oh, hello. One last time. Will you fetch brain fluid just one last time? The murky, mushy fluid that will make me whole. The sticky sound whispers to me. So very close, right into my ear. From my head, just a head, that's all there is. I need my baptism. Please, I want to...
So we'll get her blood if we accept it. But by killing her, we will get the brain fluid she needs, but she will reanimate. Now we'll give her the brain fluid.
see a shape. My guide, I see your voice. Clearly as it bends and bleeds.
And with that, we have gotten the Milkweed rune, which, much like the Beast's Embrace rune, will make us look like a beast. This will make us look like a kin mushroom enemy.
My own revelation. Just for me. Thank you. For everything. Really, I used to be nothing.
And then she will die. That is just so fucking sad, bro. I mean, just so fucking sad. This. They make being human sound like such a fucking disease. And they think that turning themselves into a pulp of flesh will make them somehow bigger and better than they ever could have been if they were normal people. It's one, I don't know. It's a very bizarre story, but there are no happy endings in Bloodborne. But now that we've completed that quest line, now we can finish the next stage of our quest line by taking out this hunter that's harassing us. And the last place we'll face him is just outside his dungeon cell. So we're going to head to the corpse pile, go get him. So pretty much right from the jump, we're going to get right into the action of... We won't need these. I think what we will do... I think actually what I will do is probably use my saw spear and flame paper. He seems to be pretty... I wonder if he's susceptible to the blood of it. Hell if I know. I never really thought about it. Welcome to the stream, brother. Well, that was really premature. But once we've beaten him, we got Brador's testimony, which is his helmet. That's his name, Brador. So upon entering here, after dispatching him...
Well, look who's here. Welcome to my quarters. I've never entertained a guest before. Are you going to kill me? After all you've done, kill me? As if to right your wrongs. What is it? Aren't you going to kill me? Or perhaps beg my forgiveness? Well, leave off. What's done is done. Nothing changes. Such is the nature of man.
Fuck you, bro. Fucking lunatic. After we kill him, we will get the Blood Letter. Now, the Blood Letter is a very interesting weapon for the dangerously exploratory types. The Blood Letter essentially is nothing more than a club. It doesn't really have any real moxie beyond that. Until you impale it in yourself, in which it uses some of your health to imbue itself with blood magic power. Now, the cool thing about this weapon is it basically does bloodletting damage. Essentially, it is just one big mace club weapon. Now, the cool thing about this is if you use it right, it can do a lot of damage to enemies that are susceptible to bloodletting or blood tinge. The other side of it, it makes it really incredibly powerful, is the fact that it does an L2 attack, which induces a state of frenzy. Now, unless you have the measure of actually having a sedative on you, this is essentially an attack that will kill not just the enemy, but also you. So essentially what you want to avoid doing is using this. This is strictly, I think, more akin to a PvP weapon. I'm not particularly fond of it. I never would see myself using it because I strictly think it's a high risk, high reward kind of weapon. But ultimately, if you transform back with the L1 button, it essentially dispels the blood power that enables it to be so strong. So it's kind of, like I said, it's a high risk, high reward weapon. Great for PvP if the player knows how to use it correctly, and essentially handy in most instances with an aggressive format of, fighting style. More so over than any other type of, PvP based style weapon that you could hope to find. So, but I mean, that is it's not even in my favorite top 10 of weapons. It is a very good arcane weapon, and it's a very good blood tinge weapon, but I would never say it using it beyond the scope of that with anything else. But so we're gonna go ahead and get ourselves some blood bullets, and yeah, get some of these other resources used. Now, we're going to wrap up the Old Hunters DLC by taking out the biggest threat that we will encounter thus far in the Orphan of Kos. Now, Kos is basically the slug alien weapon, the slug alien great one that we saw on the beach. The Orphan of Kos is essentially a humanoid skeletal creature child thing that basically comes crawling out of it after its death. Before we get down the elevator, go ahead and grab the kin cold blood off the body, and then just step on the switch, and we'll head right down. Now, pretty much what we'll do is we will head out here. All of these slug women will not attack you. They're basically here praying that Kos's unborn child will not, I guess, be hateful towards them for what happened. But before we get started, I just want to note that there's going to be a couple things about this fight. The Orphan of Kos is probably the hardest boss you will encounter in Bloodborne. So what I'm about to do is face one of the toughest enemies thus far. And let me stress this, if you can beat the Orphan of Kos, there is not an enemy in the game, nor a boss in existence across any of the Soulsborne's games you can't beat. The Orphan of Kos is perhaps in the top 3 of the most dangerous and most powerful Soulsborne characters in the games, of any of the Soulsborne games for that matter. So essentially he is going to be a kin enemy, and essentially he's going to be, don't be fooled, he may look rather decrepit, gross. He basically looks like a 90-year-old child that is got a giant placenta as a weapon. It's a very morbid-looking thing, but essentially it is pretty much up there with incredible measure of it. He's going to be incredibly fast, incredibly aggressive, and incredibly chaotic with this fight. First stage, he will basically proceed to squawk and scream and run around trying to smash you with his placenta like a bladed club. It is not just necessarily a club, it also is kind of like a whip-like oriented weapon. Essentially, that is pretty much the scope of his attacks in the first stage. Second stage, he will essentially slam the weapon to the ground, in which he will sprout a kind of cape-like style wings. And then essentially he will become even more aggressive, leaping all over the area, throwing bulbous blood projectiles that essentially will cause frenzy if they hit you, or potentially rapid poison. The damage alone in the blast radius will do significant damage, so you just want to keep on your wits when it comes to him damaging you with anything in terms of a projectile, or potentially slamming the ground and causing explosions. The third and final stage is where he will emit a shriek and essentially cause a lightning-like storm of some sort to cascade across the ground, causing bolt damage. Now, I think the biggest way I could stress that this would be my favorite would be to use flame paper if you have it. As I understand it, he is quite susceptible to flame paper. Bear with me a moment. Let me take a look and make sure. I'll look up his vulnerabilities here. So the Orphan of Kos essentially is pretty much invulnerable to a disproportionate amount of... He's mainly vulnerable to thrust and blunt attacks. Physical attacks, really, in general, he's vulnerable to. The only thing he is not vulnerable to in exceptional measure is going to be... he's going to have a high resistance to arcane elements, so magic is going to be kind of not really going to want to be your go-to. Fire is predominantly his most weak resistance. Slow poison, I don't think that I would use that, but in the first phase, his damage resistance goes up. By the second phase, it goes by the second phase, his damage resistance goes up to most of his attacks. So physical attacks, he'll take less damage. And Bolt, as well as Arcane, it basically increases by an additional 20 points of hit damage. So by the second phase, he'll take 20 points of damage more to put him down. But his fire damage remains the same. So essentially, the fire damage is really going to be what you want to be your go-to. It is pretty much going to be a definitive. He's not a kin, he's not a beast, but essentially in his defensive measures, he's pretty much resistant to any and all manner of damage, with the exception of fire. Excuse me. So essentially, he's going to be kind of a tough customer in that capacity. So for that very reason, we're going to go ahead and stick with, probably we're going to go with, I don't want to do the rifle spear. I think we'll go with the threaded. I think we'll go with the saw spear, or the threaded cane. I could do the threaded cane too. Threaded cane has served me well with getting a good vast amount of attacks on him rage wise. So essentially, I think what I'll do is I'll stick with the saw spear and fire paper, and then we will have blood of Adeline and the blood of Yosuka pretty much ready on the fly for this particular fight. Do not be discouraged if you get killed a couple times. This guy is a nasty son of a bitch. He will kill me probably. I'm going to gauge probably twice if I'm lucky. But if I am sharp on my wits, he may not get that far. So let's get to it. Entering the beach, you'll be approaching the corpse of the body of the Kos, which essentially is this giant weird thing. We've seen some of these things in the lower levels of the Nightmare Frontier, but here we have this ugly fucker coming out of her. Yes. Does she have a one-night stand with Bob Barker or something? Because what the fuck? So right away off the jump, he will be staring at the moon, and then he will immediately turn to acknowledge us and engage us. So here we go. What do you got, boy? Come on. I think I'm going to change my pistol to the Hunter Blunderbuss. Pretty sure we're at the second stage now. He's mad. And then with dispatching costs, the Orphan of Costs, you get the Cost Parasite, which is kind of useless without the Milkweed Rune, which we got from completing Adeline's quest line, so... Wow, that was tight. That was tight. Pretty sure I had my EKG on. Heart rate would be 98 beats per minute. So with that being the case, we'll light the rune, and over here we'll see what looks to be like a sort of shadowy, like, visage of Koss's child, I think. But you can pretty much come over here and get a look at her. Basically, this is Koss right here. It's essentially a big female-looking, slug-looking entity. I mean, there's her nose, there's her mouth, but essentially this is pretty much all her. But basically that was what they did. The Healing Church found the special blood. They experimented on a village hamlet. They took most of the people there as test subjects for the research hall. Lady Maria was caring for them. But Gurman and Lady Mir ultimately, with the Healing Church's blessing, killed this creature and experimented on innocent people to promote themselves to a higher authority and for their own success. So we'll inspect the ghost. We'll actually kill the ghost. My correction. And the ghost will be slain. The nightmare will be slain, and now the aura of the moon will actually be dissipated to a point where the rain will stop, and the nightmare essentially will lose its dark essence.
Sweet child of Koss, returned to the ocean. A bottomless curse, a bottomless sea, accepting of all that there is and can be.
And that, in a sense, will end the nightmare, essentially in this sense, but ultimately not in its entirety, as we still have the main quest line to pursue. So we have now pretty much opened the path up for that in that capacity, and essentially weighed our way into that scale for that sensibility. So we'll head back to the Hunter's Dream now and pursue that next quest line in that capacity. So and now we pretty much have just the main story to finish, as well as the few chalice dungeons that are remaining. So we'll head over here and upgrade our weapon if we have anything worth upgrading. Ultimately, we'll just repair our weapons, essentially. So that's what we'll do. And, yeah, go from there. So now that we completed that, let me go in and show you some of these really cool runes we got. So, obviously we got the milkweed rune. Now, this is gonna get kind of trippy. Essentially, it makes us look like a mushroom-clad critter of some sort. So, essentially, this is what we are going to be looking like. Now, the cool thing is, if you can actually get creative with this, you can actually doctor yourself up to look like a really trippy kind of thing. But the real weapon you want to have for this to work, you have to have the Koss parasite, which essentially will turn your hands into parasitic tentacles and tendrils. And then basically we will equip, where is Madman? The Madman's garb. Essentially, this is what you pretty much will get. But the cool thing is, this actually has a huge amount of arcane power damage. So you essentially will grow tentacles and use them as a weapon. Incredibly powerful this attack is, but essentially it's just that. It's just basically that particular format of a style that essentially is not really keen to anything. But unfortunately, the downside is it only works when you have the milkweed root on. If you don't have it on, you won't have that form. But now we have the form of a beast. So essentially now we look like a beast. So now what we gotta do is put on the beast claws and it's essentially what you look like. You essentially look like a beast. So that is like next level ridiculousness. But I mean, I would definitely see myself probably playing with this if I really made another character like this. L2 will let a huge roar in the sense that you'll be able to do that. I think there's an attack you could do which will launch you into a direction where you could actually jump on. I'm trying to see what the attack is. I think you have to have the full capacity of the beast rune to. So let me go ahead and swap out my beast runes. I'm curious to see what we get. Why do I keep doing that? Hold on a second. I'm trying to get my... There's an attack you could do with a... There's a launching attack you could do. I can't really remember what it is. Why do you keep doing that, dude? Oh my god. That is just so fucking crazy. Flaming Claw. There's an attack you could do with that. I just can't figure out what the fuck it is. It's starting to irritate me. Basically, you launch up in the air and you just come crashing down on them. We've seen it before with the other enemy that another enemy we encountered with it. But for whatever reason, it's just not doing it for me. So let me. I really want to do that. But essentially, you pretty much can talk to you can talk to the doll, and she will talk to you that Gurman is actually sleeping pretty good because of the fact that we basically have solved his little crisis of what he did in the Hunter's Nightmare. We'll fuck with that thing another time. I'm getting annoyed with it, and it's just not cooperating. I don't know what it is I'm missing. So we'll head over here, and we'll talk to Lady Maria real quick.
Oh, good hunter. I can hear German sleeping. On any other night, he'd be restless. But on this night, he sounds so very calm. Perhaps something has eased his suffering.
Yeah, me. Taking care of the fucking mess him and his little protege left behind. Now, coming here, we will actually find that most of the items we have unlocked are now available to purchase. So the Blood Letter is in the store. Also, the Rikoyo is in the store. Also, the Orphan of the Cost Parasite is in the store. So you'll find that a lot of your materials that initially were here are now in the fucking store, ironically. Which is kind of really screwed up, but, that's basically the antithesis of what we got. So we're gonna just go ahead and, just roll with it. But back here, in the Messenger Bath, in this section, we will find that you can now purchase Living String for 10 insight apiece. And we will also be able to purchase Oh, we can't buy the blood rock yet. We haven't. We have to defeat the final boss. For this particular playthrough. But we're not going to do that. But we are going to do is these other Hintertomb Chalice dungeons. So let's get into it. So I'm just glad we got through that whole playthrough with the DLC of the Old Hunters DLC. Huge breath of fresh air to have that done. One less thing for us to do. So we're going to go ahead and equip the Beast Hunter Scythe and the Blade of Mercy. And for weapons, I think we'll do the Evelyn as well as the Hunter Torch. We'll go ahead and equip the Monocular. The Rope Molotov, regular Molotov, and some throwing knives, and maybe some stones. And that'll be it. Let's get to work. So this is a root chalice dungeon, so this will no two chalice dungeons will potentially be the same unless you know the glyph code. So we're gonna go ahead and open it up and write the lantern. Oh, coins. Can't forget the coins. Gotta have the coins. You know what? Matter of fact, I think what I'll do is I'll have the saw spear handy and the threaded and the rifle spear. So as you can see, the gate ahead of us is sealed, so we're gonna need to go down. And it looks like we have snake balls as well as multiple other snake balls. Oh, you know what I didn't think about? I don't think I equipped any runes, did I? I don't think I have. I don't have any runes equipped. Okay. Yeah, that's a problem. I'm gonna have to go back and go equip some runes. I completely forgot about that. Well, first let me go ahead and use some of these blood bullets. I don't want to waste these blood bullets, so I'll do a little bit of slash and smash and splash kind of work here. Over here, there is a set of Quicksilver bullets. Looks like this is a pretty generically simple chalice dungeon, so not really much in the way of challenge. You pretty much can tell how challenging it is by the number of echoes they're paying out. Looks like we got a sage, mad one. Maybe we'll get some sage. Maybe we'll get some sage hair from her. So once we've taken care of that, we'll just drop down here. And make our way around. I think this takes us back the passage with the stairs, doesn't it? I'm not sure. Yep, it does. Okay, so we'll go back around. We'll search that other passage just under the cloth bridge. Oh! A beast-possessed soul. Okay. I think now we can easily go back and just make our way out of here. Yeah, what a mess up. I didn't think about that. I could have sworn I had some. I must have unequipped all my runes when I did that. That was weird. So let's go up here. I'm gonna definitely get some resources out of here. Let me see. What do I need? All right, 6 of those. 5. Well, 5 of those. I'm only gonna get 5 of those. 8 of those. 5 of those. 3. 18. 6. 2. 3. All right, what do we need? Well, I can tell you right now, we're gonna take some of these moon. We're gonna take the moon rune, and I could take another one. Let's see what I get for visceral attacks, though. So, oh, and obviously, hunter rune. And now we'll get back into the fray of it. So, layer 1, that's where we are, that's where we're going. I think now that we pretty much have finished the DLC, and we're a stone throw from finishing the first playthrough, I want to focus the rest of my streams, as of right now, going forward, on the Chalice Dungeons. I want to get as much of them done as possible. So, from this point forward, it's going to strictly be Chalice Dungeons. Until we have accomplished as much as we wanted and can move on with the next stage of our playthrough with whatever comes next. So, but right here, we're going to go ahead and enter this Chalice Dungeon area. And inside, we will encounter the blood-starved beast. Oh, shit. Okay. Alright. Blood cocktail coming up. Go eat, buddy. And die. Oh, why did I do that? I could have got through that without changing my outfit, but you know, I didn't want to take the risk, so I just put it, you know, put it when in doubt, put it on. So we got a damp blood gemstone as well as twin bloodstone shards. Go ahead and light the lantern and make our way into the next Chalice dungeon lair. We got witches, blood, the eye collector witches with their mad ones. Well, in lieu of the fact these guys are so weak, I'm just going to go ahead and use my Blade of Mercy. Blood vial off of that body there. Inside of here, looks like we got Nightmare. Odd Tempering Blood Gemstone. Poison Smoke. Throwing Knives and Quicksilver Bullets. And then over here in this corner, we've got more Quicksilver Bullets. You know, instead of heading down, we're going to go up real quick. I know the bitch is downstairs waiting for me to get into it with her mad men, but I'm not dealing with that. Over here, it looks like we got another beast-possessed soul. So we'll engage him. We're going to get in position behind him before we engage him. Easy visceral attack. And a Tempering Blood Gemstone. Through this door, we will find a madman and maybe a couple of ghoulies. I can see one to her right and one on the ground over there playing possum. Tempering Blood Gemstone. Some ritual blood. We'll go ahead and open this coffin. And we got a Beast Hunter Blood Damp, Adept Blood Damp Zone. And now we'll go deal with those witches' boyfriends. So we'll head out here, down the stairs, 1, 2, 3, and then into the tunnels. And we got a bloodshot eyeball from her. So once we've dispatched her, we can get out of here. I can hear a blood liquor. Probably above us. So we'll go back and take a look. Actually, we really probably don't need to because we're not getting much out of it, but, you know, in the event she drops a blood-tinged gemstone, that would be a boon for us, so. I guess we'll find out. So we'll head into here, and there's that little fat ass blood sucker right there. Uh, 3,000 echoes. That's not blowing my skirt up too much for excitement, so I'll just, in the future, I'll just forego the blood liquors. There's not really anything that I'm getting out of them. If I raise my arcane, it'll raise my discovery, so I may get better gemstones, but I need to raise my arcane more. So, but we'll head forward and into our next major area of Chalice Dungeon Lair 2. Goddamn dog. Enough out of you. Quicksilver bullets and a chest, which sages wrist. Now I can actually make that other chalice dungeon that I was foregoing until I had more sage's wrist. I think I need sage hair though, don't I? Find sage hair. I think that's what I need, not sage's wrist. We'll look and see. Come here, dickhead. Now. Alright, so obviously we came in through that door. The gate to our next entry is there to be there, so we need to follow this path here. I was just getting myself. I wasn't really... My brain wasn't really keeping up. Thick cold blood. In the far distance here, 2 bodies, antidote, and ritual blood. And now we will ascend this ladder here. I think I'm going to change the Blade of Mercy for my church pick. And then here we will have more quicksilver bullets. And then over here on this body, some blood vials. And then we're going to be crossing this overarching pathway with some more throwing knives lying on the left and a door leading out onto the right. In the distance to our left, we'll have another mad one, some trap here. Alright, clearly the church pick isn't strong enough yet, so I think I'll just stuck and stay with the saw cleaver. Poor man's damp blood gemstone. And then we'll just pull the switch and get out of dodge. Ooh, I felt that whiz past my ear. And now we'll make our way out and through the main gate leading to the next Chalice Dungeon's boss. Past this chest. No side area, so I'll take it. Well, what kind of threat will we be running into in here? Let's find out. An undead giant. Fucker. Twin bloodstone shards and a adept damp blood gem. Go ahead and light that lantern. And then to the next one. Layer 3 Chalice Dungeon. Then we'll head into here. With the lantern lit. Make sure there's no hidden paths. Oh, it's actually really dark. Ooh, we got messenger bath here. Cool. So let's buy some of those subtle little weapons that we didn't have access to before. We got a few of them now that we don't have, that we got from the DLC, so we could probably see about buying some of them. So, we got the Beast Hunter weapons, the Beast Cutter, the Church Pick we do not have, so we're going to buy that. We got the Moonlight Sword. We don't have Simon's Bow Blade, so we'll get that. We don't have the Rakoyo. And unfortunately, we don't have enough to buy the Parasites or the Bloodletters, just about, so we'll have to come back for those. The Bloodletters and the Cost Parasites, so we'll be back for them. So, we'll leave this Chalice dungeon open just for this particular messenger bath. Depth Blood Gemstone, Bone Marrow Ash. I could probably get some more echoes if I did a lot of visceral attacks and shit, but I don't think that really will be enough to make up for 44,000. So, we'll see how far I can take it though. Here's some blood vials. Ah, Hunter. Thick cold blood. We'll slip around behind him and we'll get an easy visceral attack. Nope, he made us. Fucker. On the body over here, some tomb mold, a poison knife, thick cold blood, and more blood vials. After we dispatch the hunter, now we can move into the next area here with this corridor to the right. Looks like poison. Not a good sign. Tempering Blood Gemstone, damp Blood Gemstone there. Here we got another, looks like another big uber ghoulie digging away for the healing church. We'll walk around, see if we can get behind him on his rear. Few thousand echoes. Oh! Obviously, I heard some witches summoning some goddamn mad ones. So 79,000 echoes. I may have enough to buy maybe just the bloodletters, but definitely probably not going to be the fucking other ones. So I guess we'll find out when I get that far. I'll definitely equip the bone marrow ash though, because I got a limit and I'm going to use some of it up. Open the door. Open up the path with this switch. Another ghoulie here. That kind of sucks you can't use it with the rifle spear. And there is another path here that's apparently sealed. So we'll leave some coins. A blood liquor. And a warm, damp blood gemstone. Oh, okay, so obviously we went up here, we navigated around these corridors, pretty much came this way. Dispatched the fucking nightmarish little freak shows here. I can hear another blood liquor, I think. Just trying to think, I think it's gonna be with that, Madman. Oh, there it is right there. Nope, it's gonna be with one of them, those uber ghoulies. Bam! So that will take care of that. Another one, wow, okay. We're going for broke, eh? No, you're not. You're not kicking me in the fucking head. Not today, girl. Not today. Another one, wow. What a trip. Gotta be a side area ahead of us in the next chamber, because that one door is sealed from that side and I can't access it. I can't see anything in there. So I'm gonna take a wild guess that says that there is a hidden passage in there that'll take us there, so fuck it, I'm not worried about it. We're gonna head over here, use the messenger bath one final time. Where is it? Right there, bang. And then we're going to get our 2 weapons, and then we're going to make like a rabbit and bounce, or run, or whatever it is. The terminology is. Tired. Excuse me. Blood letter, yes. Lost blood letter, yes. Now all we have to do is the other cost-based weapons, which basically is 60 and another 60. So we're looking at 120,000 right there on the jump. So right away here we are with a side area. On the left of this body to mold. I think the first thing we'll do is we'll go down. Looks like here's our rat friends. Ah! Damn it! Every fucking time it's like rats get you. Oh. Now I'm gonna fuck you up. Motherfuckers. Asshole. Madman's knowledge at the end of that tunnel. And some blood vials here. Then we're gonna head up the ladder and proceed into the next area. Two doors here, two paths here, one to the left, one to the right. We're gonna go to the one to the right first. And that takes care of the mad one. With some quicksilver bullets. And in the coffin... Some tomb mold body to the right with some thick cold blood. And then we'll head bypassing this. Oh, I thought there was a fall. This drop point here. Oh! Not today. Not today. Here we have the witch. And then here we will have some chests with bloodshot eyeballs. And look around, make sure there's no other chests with items that we can acquire. More bloodshot eyeballs than that one, so that's cool. Over here. Nothing. Alright, good. Now we'll head into here. Here's the chest. Here's the area that was actually... I could see through the door, so this is actually definitely a side area. Tomb mold level 3. Smash up the boxes, make sure there's nothing hidden. Weird habit of them putting things behind boxes. I hear a nightmare. I don't see it. Where is it? Oh, what the fuck? It got away. I'm gonna have to find the fucker. I'll deal with these assholes first. Dickhead. So I'll deal with these guys and I'll get that nightmare. I'll have to do the cheese of getting that fucking report back into the world. So we'll go ahead and just port out real quick, get that nightmare to point back in there, and then I can find the fucker, because I couldn't see him. It was so dark, couldn't see shit. But I know he was there. There he is. Come here. Little bastard. Come here. Fire damp blood gemstone. Rather underwhelming, but still, I got it, and it's mine, so. I got just enough to get one of the cost weapons, so I'll get one of them. And that will be the Uncanny Parasite of Costs. Excuse me. And now we'll move on. We don't need to worry about the side area that we just finished exploring there on the left, because we were swept it. Now we're going to go into the third and final boss lair. change our weapon for the rifle spear just in case. Let's see what we find. A Thumerian descendant or a Thumerian elder? Looks like an elder. Yep, Thumerian elder, so we're good. Wow, that was a painful one. Nope. Bye. And that will be 41,000 echoes and the finishing of this chalice dungeon. Obviously, I won't wrap it up here because I want to keep the messenger bath available for when I actually do have enough to where I can come back and get it. In fact, I'll probably sell a couple of ritual items like ritual blood from a lower chalice dungeon just to get just enough. I'm like right there. I'm like 17,000 echoes short, so I'll sell something and come back here, buy that last weapon, and that'll be that. So what do you say we sell 4 of those? Maybe 5 of those, and now we can go back there and buy them. So layer 3 is where we are left off, so we'll head right back there and buy that last weapon, and then call the ball with this chalice dungeon. We can pretty much then move on to the last Hintertomb chalice dungeon. I want to get through the Hintertombs before anything else. I want to wrap this thing up I'll wrap this up when I finish the Hintertombs. Then I can leave myself open to the Lorans, the Isus, and so on. So we'll just beeline it back where we fought the boss. And that is it. We now have all, just about, of the bonus DLC weapons, in all their variants, normal, uncanny, and lost, and pretty much that will be the scope of that in that capacity. So now we just need to find the existing current weapons for the weapon classes for the base game. So what are you doing? So we're gonna go ahead and just dump a lot of those weapons into our storage because we really don't need them. Obviously that is going to include Orphan of Cost, store this, store that, Beast Claw. I didn't buy the Amidala? Huh. Okay, so I gotta go back and buy more. Alright, so I guess I will be leaving that open for a bit longer. I'm not gonna go and sell any more of my ritual materials, that's for goddamn sure. So, but I will put these other weapons away until such a time as I decide to use them. Okay. So, now we have just now to finish the Sinister Lower Hintertomb Chalice Dungeon. And then pretty much all of the Chalice Dungeons for Hintertomb will be fully completed. So let's get into the action with Sinister Lower Hintertomb. So now we'll light the lantern and just get right into the fray. Now bear in mind, this is a sinister one, which means there will be a sinister ringing bell. If a player does port in, I will not be entertaining it. I'll be moving on. Somebody apparently got killed. I hear rats. There's that little witch right down there. Now, another sound. Bitch. Look, I'm sorry your boyfriend's dead, but you know what? You're not going to use him as your personal fucking weapon. Tempering blood, damp blood gem. And then over here, the switch. So clearly poison is the name of the game here, so we're going to put on some medicine, some antidote, in the event we do get poisoned. So climb the ladder. And then we can... Oh, no, this is a long way around. I don't want to do that. Pretty much just a straightforward shot right here. What the fuck? Every fucking time. And that will be that for 3,000 echoes. Not the right way. Go ahead and open up this door. I think we got a side area ahead of us on the right. And we do. We'll head up. The right here, there will be a body with some blood vials. A door. Passage leading into another room with another door. A chest. Blood vials. Go on, you. Get out of here. My maniac kitty. Looks like we got another one that bit the dust. I don't know what he died from. Blood vials on this body ahead of us. To our left, there will be more blood vials. The doorway up here, pretty much leading us to our next chest. Another dog bit it. Jesus. Don't you guys know how to avoid fire? Open the coffin, and we shall find Madman's knowledge. Bloodstone shard from the huntsman hound. Murky blood gem from the dog. Pebbles from the witch. Oh wow, this dog got caught up on the trap. He's literally cooking. Wow. Well, that sucks. The body here has some blood vials and the more blood vials there, as well as a snake pit. That takes care of that. So now we'll go back into the fray of this tunnel. Ah, okay. This will take us back the way we came. So we'll go up, and up, and up, and into the next area after we jump down. And now we will head into the boss area. Climbing this ladder will take us up. And through this passage. And who are we fighting? A beast-possessed soul. Come on, boy. Come on. Weird how I always seem to get an easy parry with him, with my pistol, but not so much always with the rifle spear. Just like that, see? It's weird how that works. And that gives us a Tempering Damp Blood Gem, level 5, as well as 2 Twin Bloodstone Shards. So, immediately light the lantern and head on down the elevator. Blood bullets and another heal. Make it a double heal. Now we'll head into this fray of this fight with the lantern. Checking the walls, make sure there's no hidden passages. Ah, a ringing bell again. Door directly to our across from us in that left passage. Now we'll head into here. So is that her? No, it's not her. But she's close. She may be at the very top. This is taking me away from her, so she may be at that. She may be in that She may be next door to this tunnel. I saw a ladder at the back of the area that I can actually navigate. So she's probably going to be up here. Oh, no, you don't. Tempering blood gemstone. I can hear a blood liquor, another tempering blood gemstone. Some more throwing knives. Some more ritual blood. Then in here, we'll have a doorway. And this will lead me into this area, up and over this area. Okay, now we're going across. Blood vials. And another mad one. And an easy visceral attack. Quicksilver bullets. And a switch. Oh shit, I didn't mean to do that. I overestimate the speed. I usually always overestimate the speed of that shit. So obviously we can go back that way, but I don't want to. Instead I want to get in here and finish exploring this area, but I gotta get through this blood liquor. So that'll put her out of a commission. And now we'll finish what we were searching up here for, because I don't know what was down here, but it may have been an extension, or it may be another area to access the side area. We'll find out when we get in here. It's obviously goddamn dark, so I can't really. I hear phantoms. Cost me an easy visceral attack, you asshole. So we'll go over here. Obviously that door is sealed. We can't open that from the other side. So we'll go into here. And see what we find in here. The cannon. There's a bell bitch. Quicksilver bullets. Here's our way out. Hey, come here. Let's talk. And now we have the chest here at the back. And we got more bloodshot eyeballs. You know, it's fucked up because I was actually looking for a shitload of these off stream, trying to do more ritual materials just so I could open the more challenge dungeons. And I could never find any. I'm glad I actually waited to do this because ultimately I would have actually found more of these a lot easier if I actually had the time to actually have that chance. Ah, another madman. Open the coffin. And inside we will find an uncanny stake driver. One less weapon to find. Beautiful. Like I said, you'll find a lot of your other weapons in the root chalice dungeons. So you typically are common to find that in that capacity. So we'll yeah, I'll totally take that. I'll keep that. Now we'll get our way to our exit. Pretty sure we'll have a blood liquor in our way somewhere. So I'll be ready for her. And there we go. Now that we have cleared them out, we can move out by entering the next sanctum, hopefully the last sanctum of this chalice dungeon. Cross your fingers, see what we get. I don't think it'll be a level. I don't think we'll get that lucky though. I think it'll be a level 3, but it'll be a level 4. Get out of here! We got an old keeper of the old lord, so we're gonna just go ahead and get to the nitty gritty of him. Come here, numbnuts. Bye. Alright, now it looks like we do have a level 4 layer chalice dungeon here, so we're gonna keep going. And to our left will be our next entry point. Now you're gonna piss me off with that gunshot shit. Cursed murky damp blood gemstone. Here we have a ladder going up. And then we have Quicksilver bullets. And now we will head into the next area. God damn it. Well, we got a messenger bass, so that's cool. We can see how much we can buy those, the Amidala arm is. So 66,000. Yeah, we got this. And yeah, I think that's it. We got every single one of the DLC's bonus weapons. God damn that. Get really annoyed by that fucking guillotine trap. Whoa! 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 That scared the shit out of me. Fucking little witch. Just skulking in the dark and shit, bro. So we came in through there, so now we're gonna go up the stairs as opposed to going down. Quicksilver bullets in the alcove. And looks like a passage. What do we got here? No hidden path there. But we got a passage leading here. Blood vials. Here's a door leading to our coffin. Madman's knowledge. And a madman to go with it. Beaten by a fucking bug and some crazy bitch with a scythe. I suppose I had that coming. But you know what? It's okay, because I've only got to do the I've only got to do the upper level now. I don't have to go downstairs and fuck with them. I'll give you back my fucking echoes, you fucking bug. Get the coffin open, and inside we will find some tomb mold. And now we'll get back to the business at hand of getting that chalice, getting to our 4th chalice dungeon. That's a messenger bath. I don't want to go there. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck this. I'm just gonna use I'm just gonna use this. I'm not gonna run around, you know, looking for this fucking way out now. Because I fell through a damn loose spot, brick hole. Hole in the fucking stucco, whatever the fuck. I'm not dealing with that. I got what I needed from that asshole, so now I'm just gonna go straight for the jugular of this 4th chalice dungeon lair. Damp blood gem. Get rid of these burning incenses of poison. Some blood vials. That's our way out. Alright, what do we have in here? Anything? You're just wasting my time some more. This bitch is just summoning phantoms above us, so we gotta go get her. There's that little fucking hooker right there. Alright, that'll take care of her. Some blood vials. Doesn't look like anything else. Oh, we got something dropped here. Quicksilver bullets. Then we have a passage across, leading to another area. Well, before I go further in this area, I want to check out that other one. 'Cause I'm pretty sure this is just going to be a side area leading me ahead. Oh, Keeper of the Old Lords. What a joy. How you doing, guy? So we'll go ahead and pull the switch to mold. And then over here we will have pretty much those measures of nothingness. Watch out for the trap. I don't know if I want to drop down there or not. Fuck it, I will. Quicksilver bullets, blood vials, 2 mold, blood vials, a chest over here it looks like, with more blood vials. And now our gate leading out is going to be open, but we got to have this blood liquor in our way. So here's pretty much the bell bitch. I want to get rid of her. I'll go through here, but I want to backtrack and check out what that area was that I didn't see before. I'm wagering it's probably going to be a secret area. That takes care of the bell ringing business. No more bell ringing women in this area. Now we'll double back and search that upper level that I came across that I didn't continue down until I found the switch leading to it, the next area. So we'll double back, head up these stairs right back to where we were originally before we encountered the ringer, the switch to open the path to the next area. There's pretty much where we went with the switch, guarded by the old Keeper of the Old Lords. And then we'll head into this area, which in turn will mean either taking left or right. Taking left or straight, I'll go straight. Maybe a dead end, but worth a look. Nope, not a dead end, another door. And it looks like this one is going to have a Keeper of the Old Lords plus a rifleman. These ones were a lot weaker, so thankfully that was a good thing. Now we'll deal with the Keeper of the Old Lords. Whenever you're ready, guy. With your little your little fire magic show. Sharp, damp blood gem. And then we will go over here. Some quicksilver bullets on the front path. Corpse on the right has some poison knives. Down below, we obviously got nothing but ghoulies, so that's probably going to be what's going to lead us to that door at the bottom of the stairs. An extended area. Now, let's go ahead and go with the Holy Moonlight Sword. I'm actually wanting to play with this a little bit. 2 mold. Inside the coffin, we will find afflicted organ. On the body, some tomb mold. Now we'll run out of here and directly in front. Take a right, and then down the stairs to our right. Into this main hall. Could have sworn I heard a nightmare. Alright, so I've had enough of you, you fucking night poison. Chest here. What's inside that? Just ritual blood. That's it. And then we'll head up and out of here. This is essentially not really a side area, it's merely an extension of a main area, realistically speaking. So, we'll just make our way out. Ah, we do have a chest here, though. I missed. What's inside? Bloodshot eyeballs. Now we'll head back to the main area. Obviously, we'll probably have some blood liquors here, much like there was back there. Or maybe not. I don't know. I don't think so. Nope. I guess we'll be heading into the next area now. But not before heading into the side area here. Fucking ugly bitch. Look like your face got molested by a maggot. Now we have a ladder here, but there's also a door to the left. We're gonna do the door to the left first. Here we have a nightmare with a tempering blood gemstone, as well as over here, some blood vials, and then a door leading to the right. Go ahead and take it, and we'll see what's inside. 2 passages forking in opposite directions, one to the left, one to the right. Looks like this one to the left is something of significance. Obviously, it's a coffin with an old lord watching it like a hawk. Easy work. Open the coffin, and we will find Madman's Knowledge and blood vials from the Old Lord. Double back, head for the right, and up the stairs. Through the door. Ah, back to the main chamber where we saw that ladder. Opposite side. Through the store, a dead end, but not without some ritual blood materials. And that will conclude the side area. That's interesting. I've never seen a thing illuminated like that. Thought maybe it would be a side area or a hidden path. I guess not. Okay, home stretch. As we killed our witch friend, now we're going down, down, down. So let's see what we get. A blood-starved beast and a huge hole in the center. That is not a good combination. So let's get this party right with a... Bye. And with that, we get a twin bloodstone shard as well as a warm, damp blood gem. And that will conclude the Hintertomb Chalice dungeons in their entirety. If you really wanted to run them again, you could. I'm pretty sure there will be probably some more for me in my future to basically just get ritual materials. But ultimately, I see no real reason to pursue them beyond the scope of that, largely because of the simple fact of its purpose that has been fulfilled. So we're going to go ahead and put on our outfit. So here's Lower Loran. The Hintertomb have been fully completed. As far as like a necessity, as it right now stands pretty much in that fashion. So Lower Loran, let me see if I can make anything with the the sage hair. I don't really have enough of, so I may have to just tackle this without the sage hair. So that is so frustrating. So I mean, I'll just make it. I was hoping to get it with the sage's hair, but it doesn't seem like that's gonna happen. So, yeah, what are you gonna do? I'll go ahead and buy a bloodstone chunk, though. And probably a few other resources. Let's see what we can upgrade here. So there's really not really much we need to upgrade as of yet, because ultimately everything has pretty much been upgraded to its capacities of what it can be done. So for right now, that'll suffice. Well, that is pretty much where we're going to stop. We have gotten a lot done. We navigated much of the DLC of the Old Hunters DLC. We've acquired some new weapons. We've completed the DLC with the Orphan of Kos. And we've also finished the Hintertomb Chalice dungeons. And on top of that, we have worked our strategy up too close, right to the door's end of finishing the main story, with being just outside Mergo's Loft, where our very last boss of this playthrough is present. So, what do we do? Do we really want to move on, or do we want to finish the other Chalice dungeons? Well, I'm going to think on that. I think it would be kind of misdisplacement to get ahead of myself with the New Game Plus so soon without completing the Chalice dungeons, because essentially the Chalice dungeons will be a little harder with New Game Plus. So in a sense, I think I want to finish the Chalice dungeons first before I get on with the New Game Plus. And the fact is ultimately there's still a lot of more weapons that we can find, and there's a lot more secrets we can uncover still within the Chalice dungeons. So what do we have left? Well, we have the Loran Chalice dungeons, which we've lined up to do next in our playthrough. after we finish the Loran, we're going to move over to the Isu Chalice Dungeons, which is in a sense a magic-oriented Chalice Dungeon setup. On top of that, then we have the Great Ill Chalice Dungeons. Now, the Great Ill is essentially a very key point because we're going to face the Queen of Yarnum, Yarnumite herself, basically there. Essentially, she will be a very unique character, but ultimately only a place where we can face her is in the Chalice Dungeons. There's still a key item we have to locate in the Chalice Dungeons, a ring specifically. It's kind of important. It's not really important, but it's relevant to getting another unlockable material as far as like for completion and playthrough. So essentially, I think when we get on next time, we're going to tackle just strictly Chalice Dungeons. What are we going to tackle? Well, obviously, we've got to finish the Loran ones, and I'm going to stick to my progenitive style of that. Is basically, I've learned from the previous playthroughs that, hopscotching around in various different platforms and different Chalice Dungeons, not remembering which ones I completed and which ones I didn't, is not exactly the most forthcoming and the more productive. So, I think in the next playthrough, I'm going to commit myself solely to completing the Loran Chalice Dungeons. I could probably get started into the Isu Chalice Dungeons. Who knows? Maybe if I'm lucky and I actually play things accordingly and you aren't too bored, I'll get through the Loran and then also move over to the Isu. In that sense, essentially that would just be my best opinion, because ultimately then I can really productively move on to the Great Ill Chalice Dungeons, which is another version of the Thumerian. And on top of that, then open my way forward with completing the first ending of the Bloodborne game is by wrapping up the main story with the completion of Mergo. So, all things considered, I'm quite happy with this. I'm a little bit miffed that some of it was kind of a waste of time, because I was kind of hoping to get more than just a couple of weapons, but I didn't really terribly think it was a terrible waste of time because I got most of the bonus weapons specifically for the DLC. Messenger Baths were probably was probably the most successful point of completing the Hintertomb, which enabled me to find those weapons. So, but yeah, I'm going to stop here. I'll probably pick up the stream again tomorrow. Obviously, if I'm not too tired, I'll do it again, but we'll see. I kind of really want to get into the measure of playing one of my other games, because we got Division 2 with the new season and this weekly's event, which I have not gotten to yet. And here it is, Wednesday going on Thursday. And then I have another game where I'm kind of like tiptoeing around doing, which is pretty much, I'm not sure I think it was Hitman or something. But there's a few other games I've got a huge backlog of games. I just bought Bloodline, Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines, which I actually have never played before, but ultimately I'm curious to try it. It was on sale, regular $80 game, and I got it 85% off of the PlayStation sale, and I got that. I'm really tempted right now also to get my hands on Doom Dark Ages or Assassin's Creed Shadows, because I'm really excited to play those, but they're 50% off, and I think I can wait for a much more better productive sale that could probably come down the line. So we'll see what happens. But in any case, thank you very much for tuning in. Like and subscribe. If you have any questions, I'll feel free and I'll do my best to answer them in the comment section below. And I'm going to call it tonight and get some much needed sleep, because as you can see, I am tired. I am a little hungry again, so I'll probably go downstairs, grab a quick bite, get a nice warm drink, and then I will probably head to bed for the foreseeable night. It is 12:40, and I will catch you here next time. I'm Savage Squishy 86, and we will be back on the next stream to continue our first run playthrough of Bloodborne. See you later, guys. Have a good night.